Okay, we're live. Let me know in the chat if there's anything that I need to fix. Everything looks good. That's good. So we're going to be working on this app again today, the time tracking app. And this is where we're at so far. I think, let's see where we got with it. Test at project hashtag tag, and then we start the timer, and then we stop it. Okay, so I think if I remember correctly, we need to add a save function of some kind. How long does a project like this take you to make? I don't know. I think I've spent, I don't know how many hours I've spent so far. Like, if you go to my YouTube channel, you can see the video series that I have. I can actually show you this. So YouTube, and then go to my channel. So as you can see, all these ones that has days in them. So this would be day 1, this is day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5, day 6, up until day 9. All those videos are just about this app, and most of them aren't just one day, most of them are 2 days or 3 days. So it's been a few days of me working on it, and a few hours. I don't really know how long this whole project will take. The thing is, what I need to be able to finish it is just dedicated programming time, just hours and hours of just focused work. And that's why I'm doing the live streams. I feel like that's a more efficient way for me to connect with you guys a little bit, and at the same time get actual work done. Because when I make these videos, it basically might be like 2 days of programming, and then it's anywhere from like 20 to 50 hours of just editing to make the video for the thing. Whereas when I live stream, it's just, I can purely or almost purely be focused on programming. And I started out programming using Mac, but then switched to Windows a little bit, and then realized that Windows, or I didn't really like Windows because I was used to Mac, and Linux is way closer to what Mac OS is, since they're sort of based on the same thing. And so I started using Linux a lot for the stuff that was like where it felt like it made sense, because some things still in Linux aren't that great, like video editing and doing that sort of stuff isn't, I mean, it works, but it's just, I don't know, it feels like it's more well suited for programming. If that's all that you're doing, then I would definitely use Linux or Mac OS. I think those two are like about the same. And that's why I think Mac OS is probably the better one. But if you don't want to buy an Apple laptop, then yeah, you think you can get DaVinci Resolve working in Linux? Yeah, I don't know if you can get DaVinci Resolve, because that's what I edit in, and I was thinking the same thing. I think probably DaVinci Resolve would be I think I've heard that it works with Linux, but I don't know if it does. But I just feel like it's not as, I don't know if that's just a personal feeling, but it doesn't feel as fast as the other operating systems when it comes to video editing and doing that stuff. But yeah, this is what we're working on today. This is not supposed to, or actually this is what we're working on, but it's supposed to be able to look like this. And this thing is not supposed to look, wait. Okay, so copy the color. So this is what this is supposed to look like. I want it to be a dark color, but now we need to have a save button, I think, because right now we can start a task, but we can't save it. So nothing happens when we press stop, I don't think. So we need to make sure that we get that to work. But let me know if you have any questions or anything like that. I'll try to keep an eye on the chat and try to answer it as much as I can. I also designed, but like in the last stream we made this app so I can actually keep track of, I don't know if you can see this now, but I made this app where you can keep track, or where I can keep track of all the streaming chats at the same time. So I should be seeing all the messages as long as this keeps working. Okay. What kind of state management do you recommend for a beginner for a small web app, multiple pages? I'm not great at state management. What I've used here is just block. So you can search for block pattern. And that's essentially what I use in this app, which I don't quite fully understand. I just am using this project sort of to learn about it and understand it a bit better. Okay, so we need to add a save button somewhere. Is play button equals true? Okay. stop timer. Else set. Okay. Danix, what are you doing in real life when you're not coding or making videos? Right now I am working on my boat a lot because it's summer here in Sweden, and I try to spend as much time as I can on that boat or doing something regarding it. Like I'm setting up solar panels right now, trying to get that to work so that I can have the fridge in the boat running like constantly throughout the summer, because then it'll be easy to just go out and take food with me. And other than that, I do a lot of things, I think. But I guess that's my main focus. Okay, fix it where you stop twice, it adds another entry in the database. Okay. So when you press the stop button twice, it adds another time entry in the database. Task ID is called to create task. Okay, so what we created last time was this this thing here, which is a list of end times and then a list of start times. And the idea is that if we do something where we work and then we press play and it starts counting the time, and then let's say that we, I don't know, need to open the door, there's a package coming or something, so we press pause or stop, then it will pause the time. We'll go to whatever we need to do, and maybe it's just a few seconds or like 10 minutes. Then when we come back, we want to be able to press play and continue the time, but it would be kind of interesting to see the pauses that we take, and could be because it might be something that we want in the future as like another data point that we want to be able to analyze. Like maybe we want the app to be able to look at like, okay, here are your average work times. You tend to work for 25 minutes and then you seem to take a break for 10 minutes every single time. And that might be able to tell us a little bit about like how we should set up our work days or how we should set up things. Plus it might just be interesting to see some sort of analysis on like, here are all the breaks that you took that day, and get some sort of I don't know, stats on that, I guess, would be interesting. So the way to do that is to have, each time you press play, a start time gets added to an array, and each time you press stop, a stop time gets added to an array, which means that we always have these two connected times. So if you press start, then in order for the time to stop, you have to press stop, which means you create a stop time, and then we can calculate based on the start time minus, or the stop time minus the start time. We can figure out how much time you spent working in that session. But we might not want this to be saved as like micro tasks to the user. Like, I'm trying to figure out the best way to explain this, but like, let's say that I sit down to do a block of work and I'm gonna work for like 3 hours. Then within those 3 hours, I might go to the bathroom, I might need to run down to pick up a package, I might need to do certain things, might need to take a call or something like that. And I still want the task to be tracked as like one time entry. I don't want to have like all these little breaks tracked and listed out for me. I just want like, okay, this is the time that you worked this time, but I want to be able to pause the timer for those things so that I can then get an accurate estimation of like, this is the actual time that you worked. I hope it makes sense. But the way to do that would be to also have something like end time as a list here, which means that we then need to change the way that the database is set up, which we do up here, time entry. Oh yeah, here we have pause, that's what we did. So start time, end time, time entry ID. Okay. Pause IDs. So then we need to create a new model called pause.dart class pause. Okay, now we need to remember what we need. So we need this. So we need start time, date time. No. End time ID, and then int time entry ID. Okay, I think this is what we want. Time entry ID. No. We're on Mac OS right now. Time entry ID, time entry ID. Start time, end time, okay. All this stuff is removed. Datetime question. Why is that conditional? Try parse. Okay. What if we just do parse? And why is that? Field end time must be initialized. Non-nullable instance of start time must be initialized. Try adding initializer expression or add field initializer in this constructor. Okay, remove that maybe. Okay, I'm not really sure why this is giving me an error. Okay, let's copy it and let's ask Mr. Chat. I get this error. Okay. I don't really want to use the late keyword. I don't know. I feel like it shouldn't be necessary. I don't think it makes too much sense. Pause from map. Because the thing is that if we create this class, then it has to have the start time and it has to have the end time. So those are the only two variables that it has to have, which then to me doesn't make sense why these two are okay here, but these ones aren't okay. And then, because, yeah, I feel like it doesn't really make sense. Unless it assumes that this expression could return null, which I guess it could, of course, but I don't know. It feels a bit suspicious. All right, either way. Now we have a pause class. Do we need to create a... Yeah, we might need to create this too. A block for it. So create pause block. Paste this and then name it pause event. Fetch pause event. Start pause event. Stop pause event. Actually, create maybe. Fetch pause Entry IDs. Fetch pause by IDs event, so we'll get the IDs of all the pauses, because then we have them from the time entry. So a time entry will have a list of pause IDs, and that will then get sent to this method that will then fetch pause IDs from the database, or pauses from the database based on the IDs that it gets sent. So list of ints, which will be pause IDs, and then fetch pause IDs, and it extends a pause event. Pause state, list of pauses, pause, wait. So now this is a bit suspicious as well. This, when I write pause, it doesn't give me an error. And we haven't imported the pause anywhere, or the pause model, which to me tells me that there's probably some sort of object in Dart that's already called pause. So, why doesn't it give us an error though? Maybe not. Pause. Why does that? How come it works? Let's try something else. Project. That also works. Why does it work? Okay, we're gonna just ignore that for now. How long have you been working on programming this app, and what's going to differentiate your app from all the other time tracking apps? I've been working on it for a couple months, but maybe just a couple of days a week, on and off a little bit. But I don't know, it's not an amazing time tracking app. It's not necessarily gonna change the world, but I spent probably 2 days looking for a time tracking app that had the features that I wanted, which are kind of hard to explain, I guess, but there was no app that was able to do that. And essentially what I always want when I build apps is to have freedom for the user, as much freedom as possible in the way that they use the app. So the idea for me is that you'll be able to track your time, and then you should be able to track time in the simplest way possible, but then you should be able to analyze that in any way that you want. So in most apps, you're able to like say, okay, here are my tasks, and then you can see a graph or a chart of how much time you spent on those tasks. But for me, maybe there's a certain task that I have. Let's say that I have a task called YouTube, and I want to see how much time have I spent working on YouTube related stuff. But within YouTube, there are several like subtasks. So it might be like live streaming, it might be editing, it might be blah, 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 blah. And it might be like 10 or 15 or 20 different subtasks. And the idea for me is to create an app where I can break all those things down. So I can see like, okay, well, how much time have I spent editing? And then I can see a chart or a bar chart of that specific task. And then I want to be able to see, maybe even break that down into smaller things. So basically, I just want to create an app where you can have as much freedom as a user as possible to analyze those sort of things, which is not possible with any of the apps that I found, at least, unless they were like kind of clunky and didn't work or the way that I wanted them to. So yeah, that's the idea, which isn't, it's not like a $1 billion startup idea. It's just a way, it's also just a way for me to get back into programming apps and learning or remembering how to do all these things in a smaller project. That actually turned out to be a bigger project than I intended, but... And also the idea is to then, for me, myself, to just be able to track how much time I spend on future apps, because I think that might be interesting for videos. So when I make my videos, I can also include like, this is how much time this took, which I think is interesting for a viewer, because it's really difficult to show in a video how much time something actually takes. I think sometimes in some of the videos I make, it will seem like I'm super fast, and I do see like some people seem to get the impression that I'm this incredible programmer, which I'm not by any stretch of the imagination, which I think these live streams will kind of, it's also a good way to showcase what it's actually like when I code. But another way to do that is to also show how much time it takes, because I think a lot of people think that, okay, he did this video and it's only 10 minutes long and he made this entire app. And it's sort of difficult to understand that that might be 100 hours of programming for a 10-minute video. So that's the idea. But now let's try to figure this out. Time entry state, pause state. So we want a list of pauses. And why do we want a time entry? Final time entry IDs. Pause IDs. Okay. Pause repository. I don't like this. I do not like this at all. Pause repository. I have not created a class called pause repository, but it doesn't give me an error at all, which I don't like. Time entry repository copy. Why is that in there? Okay. Pause. Why? Wait. Pause. So I'm not sure if we need to have the update pause event. Maybe. Update pause event. Pause update. Yeah, I feel like Dart is just Google Java. Yeah, what's up, Benjamin? Uzbekistan, Central Asia. Why did you choose to do this project in Dart? I just chose to do it in Dart or Flutter because I am used to working with Flutter, so to me it just feels natural. Final await create Dart, create pause event. Okay, think pauses. If event is update pause event in event.pause ID equals ID. Fetch by pauses, get pauses by IDs. Pauses. Okay, I think we have everything that we need. Now we need to create the repository, which has to have these 3 methods. So we're just going to copy that. No, wait. Project repository. What do we name it? Pause repository .dart. Pause. And then we'll see which ones we need. So we need this? Why is there an error? Time entry repository. Okay. Project block is what we need. And we need the pause block, and then we need to copy this. And then we go to the repository, pause repository. Then we'll see what we need. We need create pause. We need update pause. And then we need get pause by ID. Pauses. Okay, so now we have the methods that we need. Time entry it should not be, it should be pause, 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 Okay, we need to create the database helper. Get pauses by IDs. List pause IDs. Pause. Pauses. Update, pause, update, pause, pause. Okay, so we have a couple things that we need to fix. We need to make sure that this create pause method can get all this information. And then we need to create the database helper methods as well. So the repository create pause, which is here. Final pause equals create pause needs to have a lot of information in it. This dot pause dot maybe we can actually just have a pause there instead. So this could just have pause, pause, pause. No, actually, we can remove that. And then this should be what we need, I think. So then let's look at the block again. This dot pause, perfect. All right, now we need to set up the database helper methods. So what do we need? So this is where we actually add stuff into the database. So we need to, for the pause repository, we need to create the create pause method. We need to create read pauses by IDs, and we need to create the update pause method. So all these three we need to create in the database helper thing. So we'll go here, paste that, and then go comment that out as well. Okay, create pause, pause, pause. Pause. Okay. Okay, so now we have the create pause method. Now I need to do the update. Pause, pause, pause. Update pauses, pause, where ID doesn't equal blah blah blah. Pause.id. Update pause is created. Now read pauses by IDs is the one. Read pauses by IDs. List int IDs. No, actually, we could just do int ID. And then we could do, instead of looping through something and doing a loop here, what we could do is we could say, because all the pauses that are connected to time entry, all those pauses will have the time entry ID. So if we just send in the time entry ID, then we can say where time entry ID is equal to time entry ID. So pauses pause Actually, let's ask ChatGPT to help us with this thing. And this is what you use ChatGPT for, I think. But, well, now it rewrites everything. Okay, future list pause. Read pauses by time entry ID. Okay, I'm not sure if this will work just straight out of the gate, but it probably should. Query pauses where time entry ID equal question mark time entry ID. Okay, and then return, here it converts this thing. This is the thing where it's like, I could have Googled that and figured out, okay, this is how you write it from blah, blah, blah. But instead, ChatGPT just does that for me. And I know there's some sort of way to do this, but to me, it's not necessarily, I don't necessarily need to know how to write that whole thing out. I don't think. List pause dot format. No. Convert the list. Okay, so read pauses by time entry ID is what we want. Pause repository read by time entry ID. So we can then rewrite this whole thing. Project repository. Time entry ID. Okay, so here event dot time entry ID. Time entry ID. Okay, so then the next step is the okay. Next step is, once this is done, okay, so the next step is to figure out here where next step here is to create a time entry, get the ID from that time entry, and then create the pause IDs, get the IDs from all the pause IDs, and update the time entry to have the pause IDs. Into time ID, okay. And then here we should create the pauses. All right, I removed him, I think. Okay, so I'm trying to think of like, where do I actually create the time entry? Time ID is here, but where the fuck do we create it? Context.read time entry block. Wait for the stream to emit a state with a non-null project ID. ID equals state time entry block. Okay. Okay, so the question is, where do I do what I want to do? So possibly we could wait with this, can we? What I'm thinking is, could we, because ideally we'd want the time entry to be added into this thing. Wait. It takes a lot of thinking for me to figure this out, but create pauses, time ID, get time entry ID. So once that is done, we can get the time entry ID, blah, blah, blah. But we also want to update the time entry. Pause IDs. Okay. So I think what we want to do is we want to do create pauses. Why do we update the project? Update the project, time ID, tag IDs, task IDs, project IDs. So now we have all that, that's why we update it. Okay, so I think this is what we want. Create project, but we want it to be create pause. Use space-time. Time is so meh. Space-time. Okay. Pause IDs. For string. Actually. For date time. Okay, so now we're going to be adding this and setting that up for a pause. So we have a pause here. Then we do context, pause, block. We have a pause block, don't we? Okay. Rename. Start. That's why it wasn't working before, because pause repository. Pause. Yeah, we can track space-time in 1 to 15, even up to 1000 s, but I like to use 5 values with AI, then it tracks the conditional multiverse. Okay, I'm not sure if I get what you mean there, Freedom Deo. I don't know, it sounds more complex than what I don't even know where to begin with that, but create pause. Why abstract class for pause event, not sealed class? I'm not really sure why, but like I spent a long time trying to get this to work, this whole thing, and it seems like this is the way to do it, but maybe there's better ways. Like if you know of a better way to do it, then just let me know, because I'm open to trying something else. Create pause, this stop pause, why not? Required this dot pause. Pause is required, but there's no corresponding argument. Try adding the required. What? Okay, sealed class lets you switch instead of if else, and will not compile if you haven't covered all cases. Enclose with brackets. Pause. pause. Oh, pause. Okay. Okay, so that might actually be something that we could do at some point. Maybe we'll write down a to-do. It works right now, so I'm not gonna mess with it at this point. We're gonna try to get the pause thing to work first, but change these to be sealed classes instead. Okay. Context of read, pause block, await for var state in context, pause block dot stream, state dot pause IDs do not equal null, pause IDs dot add pause ID. Return pause IDs. Okay, so then in the project block, pause block, we want to, once we've created a pause, we want to emit the pause. Okay. Can't be unconditionally accessed because the receiver can be null. Try making the access conditional. No, okay, wait. If state.pause.id does not equal null. Why can't we do that though? Question mark dot ID could be the way, is it? Wait, no. Pause dot ID, something like that. Should work, I think. Because we shouldn't be able to get in there if that didn't work. Okay, so then we have created the pauses and we get the pause IDs. We get them back here, and then we need to create the update time entry method. So we need to copy the update project method and then update time entry. Pause IDs. Update, okay, time entry block, update time. Update time entry is in a function. Okay, wait. Inaki Frank? Yeah, sure. If you want to, you can translate it to Spanish. I think it'd be quite interesting to see what that would look like. Hello, Azakiel. Okay, let's think. We need to update it, and we only need to update it because we only need to set the pause IDs. Pause IDs. Okay, so we should actually create a set pause IDs event, I think, in the time entry block. So time entry block class set pause IDs event, and this should take list int pause IDs, and then is defined in the libraries. Try using a prefix for one of the okay. Pause IDs, pause IDs. And we should also have the time ID. Okay. Pause block, time entry block, pause IDs, int time ID. Set pause IDs, final. Doesn't need to emit anything. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Nice. Can you provide me an email to send you the video edited? Yeah, you can. If you go to my YouTube channel and you go to links, I think I have my email there somewhere. Or it will be in one of my videos somewhere. And you can send it there. How many hours a day do you code? Well, it depends a lot. Like ideally I want to get in 6 hours of coding from 6 a.m. until 12 p.m. But especially during summer, it's hard to get that in because there's just so many other things that come up and that I need to take care of. And I also want to spend some time or have some like time off during the summer. So yeah, it'll be anything. I don't know how long we'll sit today, but probably like 4 or 5 hours, something like that today. Thanks man, way back in 2020 while I'm still learning how to code, you inspire me a lot, and now I can buy mostly what I want and support my family even though I'm still in college. That's really cool. Yeah, that's awesome. It's so strange, like some people tell me that where it's like they learned how to code because of videos that they watch of me, and I get so like a lot of really nice comments about that, and it's really hard to actually take it in and like, because it doesn't feel real, it doesn't feel like it's true, if that makes sense. It doesn't feel like, it feels like people say it, but then it's like, well, yeah, is that really, did I really do that? For whatever reason, it's really hard for me to believe that I could have that sort of effect. Hey Cal, what do you do for a living outside of YouTube business? I don't do anything for a living outside the YouTube business. I think maybe this is interesting to bring up because I don't think many people understand like how you can actually make a living from YouTube. And it's one of the, like, you don't really need to do anything else if you've got a channel with the amount of subscribers that I have. It's just like, especially when I was working with sponsors, now I've decided for the past like year or so that I don't take on any sponsorships, just because I felt like I got super focused on that part of the business, if that makes sense, where it's just like you're focusing on how to take a higher price from a sponsor, and it gets to the point where it's like it can be anything from $3,000 to $5,000 from a sponsor per video. So it's this strange thing where you get into a place where it's like, well, if I do one video per week, then it'll be, let's say, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 a week. But then if it's such a strange thing where it's just like, well, if I increase that to 2 videos per week, I basically double my income. And I don't know, it gets kind of, it becomes a strange thing because it's also this thing where it's like I don't think I necessarily want to be promoting other people's stuff all the time. And it doesn't feel like it's maybe the right thing to do always. Like, if you imagine this, where when I started YouTube, I had no followers, I had nothing, and all of a sudden I get people watching my videos, and then someone contacts me and says, we will pay you money to promote this thing in your video, and you're just like, what? I can start making money from this? And it sort of feels like you have, or to me it felt like I had this I don't know, it's like you get paid for something that you don't understand how you could possibly get paid for it. And so it feels like you're this kid in a chocolate factory almost, where it's just like someone left the door unlocked and I just got in, and you're just like, okay, I'm gonna kind of eat as much chocolate as I can because I don't know when they're gonna close the door. And it's really, because at the start you're just like, I'm not making enough money to live off of this, so you're just like working so hard to get to the point where you can live off it. And once you get to that point, you sort of set yourself up for a situation where you're very focused on increasing the prices and focusing on how much money you can make per video, instead of actually maybe doing it in a more like holistic or having sort of a long-term approach to it. And that's essentially my idea now, is that I don't want to be promoting stuff, and I don't want to be working in that way. I don't want to work just to make as much money as possible. I want to try to do the things that I like, which is I like to program and I like to spend time coding and I like to edit videos. And my goal is to get to a point where I can not have any sponsors, which right now I don't have any sponsors at all, and just work on my own projects and kind of do everything the way that I want to do it purely, and not have to worry about like, okay, this video has to perform because a sponsor is paying me for it, or anything like that. I am 30 years old right now. Okay, so Asakiel asked a question. I want to ask you, in your opinion, if someone has a skill on network and someone has skill with HTML and CSS, JS and Python, has potential to get a job without university. I'm asking because I'm 30 years old and trying to change careers. From what I understand, I think definitely you can get a job with those skills if you have any sort of, like if you have any sort of skills in programming, I think you can get a job. Now the question is just like, what type of job and how much do you want to get paid? But I don't think you can expect maybe getting the same salary as someone that's graduated from university. But you can definitely get a job, I think, depending on where you are in the world. And yeah, as long as you get a job, you can just work your way up and you can get a higher and higher salary depending on the effort that you put into it, I guess. Okay, let's get back to it. Set pause IDs. Pause IDs, time IDs, set pause IDs, okay. Okay, so now we get the time entry there. And then we'll go time entry if time entry does not equal null, then we'll do time entry dot pause database helper. Pause ID is okay. Pause IDs equal pause IDs. Okay, return, await, update. Time entry, time entry. Maybe we should change the change the thing to be not required. And then go question mark. Okay. Time tracker. Okay. I think this is the way to go. So now we go back to the time entry, this one. Update time entry, pause ID time entry, okay. Now I think we should have fixed this so that it should work. So now we should be able to have pauses. Let's just add a button then that will floating. Okay, so here we go. Floating action button. Let's add another thing here. So that's where the text is. We can add next to the text. Format time, here we go. Children, okay. Container. Text. Save. And then run it. Okay, that's where that ends up. So this will be a create a save button flutter. I just don't know which oh shit, this is so much code. Elevated button is what we want. That was a way too roundabout way to just find out what this is called, but that's okay. Elevated button, okay. And then on pressed, this happens, print hello. What is it required? Child. And then stop time entry. So we'll see what happens now if we run this and pull that up. Say task at project hashtag tag, and then start the time. stop it, and then press save. See what happens. Okay, Error. Could not find the correct provider. Pause block above task input widget. This happens because a build context does not include the provider of your choice. You added a new provider in your main.dart and performed a hot reload. To fix this, perform a hot restart. You added a new provider in your main.dart. The provider you are trying to read is on a different route. Providers are scoped, so if you insert a provider inside a route, then Okay, so I need to figure this out somehow. I just need to grab my protein shake, and I'm gonna be back in just a few seconds to try to figure this out. But in the meantime, I'm just gonna pause the stream. All right, I'm back. Let's see. I just know I need to eat something so I don't completely burn out. Okay. So let's see. What happens if we copy it? I got this error in Dart. Okay, I think I realized what the problem is. Maybe. Here, I think we need to add the pause provider, block provider, pause block. And I think that should solve it. Maybe, if we're lucky. So task 33 at Prajabla start No such table. Pauses. Perfect. All we need to do is go here and delete the database. Maybe, we'll see. And then recreate the database. And then we should have pauses. Past, task, project, tag, start. Yes, it works. Now we can pause and we can start and we'll get pauses. Holy sh. Okay, it's like an absolute storm outside right now. What the? Okay, I don't know why I didn't think of that, but okay. Now, okay, now we can get back to programming. But I don't know what happened. It was just like, and yeah, a rainstorm all of a sudden. Okay. Okay, so this now works. Now we want it to look a little bit better than this. We want it to look somewhat like this. So, I guess the functionality is now set up. So now the next thing is just to design it, I think. This shake is just so solid, like I can hardly drink it. You should do a video explaining what programs you use. Yeah, I could do a video on that. But it's basically just Visual Studio Code with the base setup, dark mode, I think. Or maybe it comes with dark mode. I don't think I don't change anything. And then I use Xcode to run the simulator. And then I just use the terminal to actually run the app. I also used Adobe XD to design, but I think there are free programs out there that you can use. They're just as good. It's just that I use Adobe XD because I have the Adobe suite, because of the fact that I'm a YouTuber and I do video editing and stuff like that. So for me, this just works, and I'm also used to it, so that's why I use it. But now let's design it. You ever used Copilot? No, I haven't used Copilot. I have been thinking about trying it, but I don't. I might do it in an upcoming stream, like test it out, and see what it's like. Yeah, if you don't have Mac, then you can use Android Studio, and you can run a simulator from Android Studio. It works just as well. Set pause IDs. Okay, so let's continue the design of the app. Row. So this should be on top. Okay. Is there any way to like see? I feel like there was, like I've seen this where we can actually see the icons here. Right now it's just like this square box thing, so I can't really see what they look like, which makes it kind of difficult. Okay. Flutter icon preview. Okay, perfect. All right, we're getting somewhere. So what do I have in my protein shake? I've got some spinach, some cabbage, and then I have I tried some soy protein today because sometimes my stomach gets a little bit upset from whey protein, but I don't really like soy protein. and then I have some almond butter as well. I think that's it. Yeah. But it's so thick now that it barely comes out of the actual shaker, so it's kind of hard to drink. And I love super motards. Do you think using a language that can produce both iOS and Android apps is better or affects performance in comparison with building natively? Well, I think it does affect performance, but it probably... It does, but it does in a minor way. So like, for instance, for an app like this, where it's a time tracking app, you're not going to be too concerned with performance. Whereas if you're building like a game or something, then you're going to be very concerned with performance. You want it to be quite fast. So for games, I don't think you'd want to use something like React Native or Flutter. But for apps like this, like productivity apps or things like that, where you're not talking about millisecond performance things, then I feel like it doesn't matter. Maybe it does. I'm not necessarily an expert at it, so I don't know, but I don't think it matters too much. Damn, Dart language is so nested. How did you find out to display the preview of an icon? No, I didn't find out if there's a way to do that. I think there could be some sort of extension that you can use, but I don't know which one, and to be honest, I can't quite be bothered with it right now. Did you find out how to display the blah blah? Isn't it recommended to split the components into smaller ones? Seems like your file has more than 400 lines. Yes, it's definitely recommended to not do what I'm doing right now. I don't know, I find it really difficult to decide when to break things apart and when not to, and especially when I'm like trying to fix one issue somewhere and I'm like, okay, I need to add this thing and then I need to add this thing, and it's kind of, I don't quite know when to break things apart, because right now there's just so many, it's like 600 lines of code in this thing. But a lot of that is because we have this update thing, which we will be putting somewhere else. But for now, it's just in this giant mess of a file. Oh, you did the sample video. Where can I send it to you? You can send it to me at holdencal@gmail.com. You can send it there if you want to, and I'll have a look at it. Are you planning to continue building the fitness app? Yeah, I will be at some point continuing that build as well. I'm thinking maybe once I finish the time tracking app, I'm going to put it somewhere so you can get it, and then I will take the fitness or the workout tracking app as well, and I will put that in the same place so you can get all the apps that I have from one spot, essentially. Because the workout tracking app works, and I have been using it myself for tracking my workouts. My voice gets so like rustly after a while of doing this. Okay. And would you do a course with Flutter in the future? I might create a course on like how to learn to code according to me, and the way that I would do that because I've been thinking about that a lot, because a lot of people seem to want me to do that. And I feel like it's the way that I would want to approach that is I would want to teach what I think you need to know to be able to do anything. So not necessarily be like, because I'm not an expert at programming, but what I feel like I'm good at is I can approach any type of programming project, and I know how to do that, and I know how to approach it and get I know how to build most things, and I know what to Google to be able to build it, which I think is a really big part of it, and I think that's the skill that most people would want. I'm not an expert at Flutter, I'm not an expert at Dart, I'm not an expert at Java, Python, or any of those things, but I know enough of the overall structure to be able to actually build with the tools, if that makes sense. So what I would want to teach would be to teach how to become what I am, if that makes sense. So if you want to have the skills that I have, then I can teach that. Okay. Hey yo. Let's continue. Save elevated button. Does it need to be an elevated button? Okay, now we have that. Height 10, height 10. Okay, that looks pretty good. And then we do main axis alignment, main axis dot space between. And then we get that, which is getting closer to this, which is good. Now, once the dot close is pressed, we'll do slide. Controller dot close. Oh, sorry about that. So easy bot DS, what are you coding and how's sailing going? We're working on the time tracking app, and sailing is going really good, but the weather's not good right now, so haven't been able to go out for a couple of days. This dot required, this dot controller. But I have my solar panels in my living room, and I'm working on setting that up as well for the boat. This dot controller, okay. Okay, install material icon theme. Okay, material icon theme. All right, let's install it. And let's see here, we'll do okay. All right, that works. Now this isn't really, it doesn't look that great at this point. I don't know if I'm even gonna use this thing because I feel like I like the idea of this just sliding up, but it's also kind of very inconvenient. Because when it's down like this, I don't want this to be shown. I don't want the timer thing here to be shown. There's so many things I don't want to see. And so it feels like it's just maybe more of a hassle than what it's worth to be using it. Ah, okay, it changes the folder icons. That's a good thing, I think. Okay, that now looks a little bit better again. Now we'll change the text style here to be color, text color. And then font weight. All right. So we're getting closer to this. But we also want this little list here of previous tasks. Which is basically this thing. Task. Okay, I think I need to structure some things because this is getting out of hand. So we'll call this, I want to design this thing, and the idea is that we'll have a list of all these things that we can then pass to different places. Once we've loaded it once, then we can pass all these things to the different places, and it should work. So we'll call that suggested task widget, suggested class, suggested extends stateless widget, and then add the override. Okay, copy this, and then return good. Controller.text equals task.name. Calculate the card width. Task. Text color.white. So ideally, what would be really cool would be if, as you can see here, the idea is that you can set colors for each task. So as you can see here, we have like this particular task, filming is some sort of purple, programming is some sort of green, and then editing is some sort of like turquoise thing. And the idea is that these little, when you have these suggested tasks here, they should be a combination of these colors. But I don't really know how to do that in the best way. Because we want, so maybe the background here should be the color, but then faded. Wait, okay, I think I did that actually. So fill is the color and then 24%. Is this the same color? 6AEOB2, 6AEOB2, 6A, no, that's not the same. Could it be the same though? Okay, so we'll try this. Task dot color, and then the background color is task dot color dot with opacity. Why does that not work? With opacity cannot be, okay. So like that. And then, so this then should be suggested task. So we'll import the suggested task. Okay, so we have that. Now let's type in newest programming YouTube time tracker. Programming, okay. This might actually work quite well, I think. So now we get that list, but we want that list to be here as well, which I don't know why we don't get that list there, but okay, we load it there. And what we can do is we can create a list, task list. Okay, and then we need to do the same thing here. Final list, task list, required this dot task list. So the idea is that we'll then be able to just load the tasks once here, and then once we've loaded the tasks, we can display them here without having to again call the database and fetch tasks. So we can then remove the stream thing. ListView.builder is what we want, but we don't want anything else. So we don't want this whole thing. And I don't know. Okay. Because then task list should be there. Okay. Now we just need to go through and update this. Task list, task list. Okay, let's see what happens if we run this now. Okay, that should, I feel like, display a list here of tasks, which it doesn't do. And why does it not do that? I do not know. Okay. Okay, so I don't know why that. I feel like this has something to do with it. Right now we initialize it to be an empty list. And what happens when we run this is that, as you can see here, we have task and programming. And if we swipe up, we should get the same thing here, but we don't. And the reason for that, I think, is because we initialize our list here to be an empty list, and then we have to wait for the list to actually populate with tasks. Maybe, wait. Okay, and once it's been populated with tasks, okay, so we could print here just to say print task list dot length, just to see how, if we have anything in it. Because right now the task list is 2, and then we get 0, so that means that we haven't updated the task list. So maybe we should do a set state somewhere here. Set state. Set state needs to be called during build. Okay. Okay, so it seems like the reason is that we're already sending this in here before we've actually loaded the tasks. So we need to load tasks from the database, and then we need to okay, so we'll copy this. This is one of those things that I think ChatGPT might be able to help us with. So To ensure the tasks are loaded to the, you should wait for the task to be fetched before building the time tracker widget. You can achieve this by wrapping the time tracker inside a stream build or future build. Changes in the task list. Here's how you would do that. Sliding up panel, controller, child, stream. Okay. So let's do that. Okay, let's see if that works. Set state. Okay, set state may not be necessary. Yes, that actually worked. Perfect. That is why you use ChatGPT sometimes. Oh. Can you hear that? That was thunder. I mean, the weather, so it's summer here in Sweden, but it's been raining for like a week. Okay, snapshot data. Okay, that means that we do get a list of the tasks down here. The idea now is that we should be able to press them, and once we press one, it should actually put the name here, which it doesn't do at this point. But let's see, what was the thing I was thinking about? I need to remove the print statement. Print. Okay. And we need to change into the details text style. Okay, perfect. And then once we press, void. So now we need to create a method that executes once we press this thing. So when we press this, a method should execute that will put the name of whatever we press here. The name should be put in here. And the way to do that, I think, is to update text field. Is to create the method here, and then to make sure that we add update text field, And then we go to the suggested widget, wherever we put that, suggested widget. And here we'll have final function update. And then we'll go required this dot update, because then we probably would be able to do update text task maybe we don't need this qualifier task, and we'll go back here, task. I'm not really sure how or what is exactly the issue. Void function, void from function, update. Closure call with mismatched arguments, function. Okay, so maybe it could be that this is the issue. No. I got this error. Okay, I might have an idea for what it could be. It could be that we don't have anything that we're passing in here. So maybe when we pass something in, and we press task, yeah, now it works. So the reason was that we, in here, once we press one of them, we update the text field, but we also send in an object in it, which here means that I need to send an object as well. So then we go down here and we see what we have. Update text field. So here we want to set the name text in the text field to be the task. So controller.text, nope. Controller.text equals task.name. Task, programming, task, programming, task, programming. I don't know, it's so cool. Like, programming to me is amazing. Like, this thing, just the fact that you're able to do this, and it's so simple too. Maybe it doesn't seem too simple when I code, but it is quite simple. And you can just like update things, I don't know. Seems sort of stupid, but it's just, I'm amazed by it. Okay. So now we have task. We can write in at project. Ideally, when we press one of these things, we want everything to update here. So it should be the project, it should be the tags, and everything else that we've typed in should be added as well. But this is pretty good. And we also want to be able to set the colors for the things, but I guess that's not important right now. And then we can start the task. Stop it and save it. And here's what we get. Once we press save, we should zero everything out and pull this down. Controller.close, controller.text equals no. And stop timer. Programming, and then start. It starts, and then we press stop, and then we press save. Counter equals 0. So now I want the timer to be set to 0. Counter plus plus, set state counter plus plus. I have this timer. Where can we view the code from past projects you've done? If you go to my GitHub, I think you can watch it there or see it there. Reset timer, counter equals 0, timer.cancel. Okay. Reset timer. Void reset timer. Counter timer.cancel. Okay, it still doesn't reset But what happens? Okay, so when we do that, it resets. Okay, so that means that what doesn't happen is this doesn't update. Format timer counter. Do we need to set the state for this, or do we? Yeah, so now it resets to 0. We can start. And we can allow it to run for a little time. If you want to ask me questions, you can do that, because I will probably stop this stream very soon. I don't know how many hours we've gone for now, but it's probably a couple. And we're getting close to the end, but I figured I could answer some questions if you want to. If you have anything that you're wondering about, I'll do my best to answer it. So stop. Now it says 33. If we save it, it goes down to 0 and we get this thing here. I have no idea why you end the stream whenever I join. Yeah, sorry about that. How do I run a .NET app I found on GitHub? Well, lucky for you, my expertise is in .NET. No, I'm sorry, I don't actually know. I've never worked with .NET, so I don't know how to do any of that, unfortunately. What music are you listening to? So the music that I'm listening to, or that we are listening to, I guess, in the stream is this. This is the playlist essentially. So I just want to have stuff that's kind of calm in the background that doesn't take over the whole thing. Will you launch this app on iOS as well? Yeah, I will launch it on iOS. Why don't you use AI for co-coding? Yeah, I'm probably going to look into Copilot. I'm using ChatGPT right now just to answer some quick questions, but I will be looking into some AI Copilot sort of thing to see if that works. But we're actually very close here to something. To a functioning app. It's almost what I want. There's just a few more little details I want to fix with the actual timer thing. I also want to be able to add a stopwatch or timer function, because that's what I use for myself. It's just I set timers for how long I'm going to work, and then an alarm goes off when I'm done. And I want to be able to have that functionality in the app as well. Or maybe have something where you can connect the actual timer of the phone to the app, so that whenever you set a timer in the phone, it will automatically track that within the app, and then you can go in the app afterwards and you can set what the task was that you were doing. Do you have a memory of where you faced an error that made you want to quit programming? Not a specific one, I don't think, but just every single error that you face, I feel like makes you want to quit. Because it's just, yeah, you just sometimes you just end up in this place where you try thing after thing after thing, and it doesn't work. And at a certain point, you're in this place where you're just like, I don't know. I feel like that's basically what programming is. It's just running into bug after bug after bug. And if you've been doing that for like 6 hours straight, because sometimes that's the case, like sometimes there's been things where I've been working on something and I just can't seem to fix it, and I've been sitting for 6 to like 10 hours working on the exact same problem. And at that stage, it's definitely like quitting is something that does come up. But there's also versions of quitting. Like a lot of times it might not be that I will actually think about quitting, but when you get to that place where you feel like quitting, what I suggest thinking about is like, is there a different way you could approach it? Because sometimes I find myself going down a rabbit hole of wanting to use a specific approach to solve a problem. But then after a while I realized that, okay, maybe I'm actually doing myself a disservice by forcing myself to use this specific option. A really good example of this with this app is this feature here, like swiping up for the, I don't know, the swipe up card, whatever you want to call it. This functionality, I feel like, is a rabbit hole or a thing that I shouldn't really be focusing on that much, because really, how important is it that you're able to do this? It's not super important for the user. You could just have like a button that says start timer, and then you'd get a window that pops up where you get all this information. And that would actually be a lot simpler than what I'm working with here. So what I would want is for this to look like this, where when it's down, you have these options. And then when you press here to start working on something, or you press the timer, or you press this thing, or you press one of these things, then I want this card to open up. But really, that feature or that functionality isn't something that's going to be super valuable for the user. So it's one of those cases where it's like, is it really worth putting like maybe 10 hours or however many hours into making this functionality work this way? Or is it better to just scrap that design idea and instead use a more basic and simple design that's going to be way easier to code? And then I can maybe work on this for an update to the app or like an extra feature or something like that. That's what I feel like is where you need to get to as a programmer. You need to think about like, is this the approach that I should be taking, or should I change my approach to speed up my workflow, if that makes sense. Holden, best way programming language in your opinion and most preferred one? The best programming language in my opinion is assembly. I don't think there's any other language that would really be as easy to use or as useful as assembly. So if you're gonna try learning any sort of language, I would suggest learning assembly. No, I would not suggest learning assembly. My point is there's not a single programming language that's the best one. Any programming language works. It's just you have to figure out what you want to do, is my suggestion. So find out what you want to do, and then find out which language allows you to do the thing that you want to do. So if you want to build apps, then you find out what languages can you use to build apps. And then I suggest just picking one. Just pick a random one. Like it really doesn't matter which one you pick. I feel like I will say this on every single stream, but it's not like actual like real normal languages like English, Swedish, German, those type of languages, because for those languages it definitely doesn't matter which one you learn, because if you know German you won't be able to understand Swedish, and if you understand German you won't be able to understand Spanish. So that's the way that it works with normal languages, but with programming it's more like if you understand English, you'll be able to understand an American accent, and you'll be able to understand an Australian accent. And that's how programming languages work. So that's why it doesn't matter at all which programming language you choose. My most preferred one would probably be Dart, because that's the one that I've used the most now. Any new videos coming out soon? Maybe. I'm going to be focusing on the streaming for a while, and then maybe I'll make a collection or a video that sort of summarizes all the streams, so that you can see like, okay, this is the progress that he's made so far. And then if you want to see the details of that, then you can watch the streams. And if you're watching the streams, then those summarized videos will also show whatever I do when I stop streaming. So today when I stop streaming, I might be filming the rest of my day, and then I'll include that in the video that will get released. So the idea is to kind of give both, to fulfill the wants of all my viewers, essentially. So some viewers want to see the detailed code, and some viewers do want to see like a combination of me coding and the lifestyle stuff. So that's the idea. I'm using this is the Mac that I'm using, or the computer that I'm using. M1 from 2020, 13-inch, 16 gigabytes of memory. I think 8 gigabytes of memory is enough for Flutter development. But I have 16, and I think you should always try to go for like as much as you can afford. Yeah. Okay, it's 1 p.m. right now, and I think I'm going to call it a day. But thank you so much for watching and joining in the chat. I really appreciate it, and I'll be back as soon as possible. Now I think I have a good setup for the stream as well, and yeah, I really want to get this app finished. Will you do live streams every day? I will try to do as many days a week as I can, but it'll probably be about 3 days a week, I think. Depending on, like, I don't know how much I'll have time for. Sometimes life gets in the way, but I'll try as much as I can. MacBook ARM, an indispensable laptop for remote work. All right. But we made a lot of progress today, and I'm pretty happy with it. I think we spent about 4 or 5 hours, something like that, on the stream. So yeah, I'll see you next time.